Episode 0, we finished that. That was really amazing. Thought that was a really cool case. Having to kind of have the idea of playing poker, but not poker. You know, I like that. I'm not gonna spoil what happened because I think you guys should play this yourselves. It is free, but you do good. You are gonna have to pay the DLCs. Maybe worth it, maybe not. It all depends on the player that's gonna play it and for their experience. I thought it was worth it. So, and besides, they're gonna release a new episode or like a new part of the DLC this year. So that's gonna be sick. Regardless, this is episode 1 now. Let's just shut the fuck up and continue on. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. You're limited to not one save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and autosaves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during the trial gameplay will be increased, but the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned in any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart this episode. This episode contains time-sensitive choices, so you can double their duration or disable them entirely in the settings menu. This episode contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. So you can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk taking and discourage safe scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue the mystery like a true gambler. Save and load as often as you like. For the perfectionist, limited to one save slot. Loading of prior saves is disabled during trials. Play like a real gambler. I'm just gonna go standard. I need as many saves as possible. There's just no other way. Alright, high roller, let's go. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in settings. Yeah, enabling them. Please, I still need those tutorials. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. Sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise the glass to that. Cool, man. Glassum? Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper. Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Sorry. Hey! He's lining up every phone in the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our rental records before you can say we're Warning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you, Morgan, citizen. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for. I've got it. Must be a new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place? Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street of jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of validity may occur during the next 48 hours as we were to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, man. That's just leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. Going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work pilot without Schwinn up on the roof, so... What the fuck is Schwinn up? I don't know, take a load off, will you? Understood. Came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after a man turns to the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I was looking. The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so. Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days. His audience captive by virtue by sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls out her shirt. Kind of embarrassing for me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sights a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm, while a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk her around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait, and it's louder than garbage disposal out there. Of course, ma'am, I'll be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in the city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that they think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I let me see. I didn't read anything off that, so I'm gonna be honest. But I went out last night, so I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L3 Leo, or Leo, whatever, my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mere response. No sense of sarcasm, poor bastards. But it didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today I'm buying a gun. Episode 1. I wonder what that spreadsheet was about. An idle in mind. I found this guy selling 9s. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Oh. Sup? Desk personality setting 6, the cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. Oh shit, wait, did she say something? So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense and a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to be at least small enough too. This will go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Be patient. I know lately we've all been like really desperate at this current time. Rightfully so, but we all gotta be patient. But walking around here and asking for a very specific model gun is a nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder in solution less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which slings a slug fast enough to miss the limo at over a 30-meter. Fuck, I can't read, man, I'm sorry. And it's safe? Of course, man, my bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come run. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You wouldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? I was the one that did it. I did it because I was bored. Why does it feel like every desk I run has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Read, examine, check. Alright, what do we got here? Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI and maybe the happiest I've ever been. How term limits are anti-democracy. Transfusion from more androids save soldiers' life. That's one hell of a headline right there. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's going ass. Would it kill to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers to not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. What is this trash? This flyer scannable? Stagnancy theory? Really? They got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers here? Fuck. A stagnant world. Modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in this groundbreaking uncontroversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. The stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom. What? Probably leading to a collection dish or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and get arrested. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Someone left a data pad out here? What's in the news today? Stop. Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief most commonly known as Lobo has seized the cache of vital Keystone data files, bringing up the Tetra Metallics group, according to the press release from the mighty conglomerate. In a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials, translated into all 11 dominant languages, the so-called hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on the grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not, in good faith, resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, a supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid 21st century. A spokesperson for Mining One's Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're now logged in and wanted to take care of Lobo again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat, and no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobos voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all over batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation, and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Assure, has passed away. What? Vintage automated dependent management system, along with the animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or no, they wouldn't risk fake news. But why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe? Trying to author many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Assure is dead, including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only? Understood. Will you be paying cash or credit? Cash card. Debit. I'm sorry? The gun was light, lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, rather than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them. Their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relevant to them. Either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Oh, we're at her apartment? Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter? Tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. A good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vices are a stuffy old man with bad expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble. Auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes, reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. They're raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to leak it? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call? Better not be work related. Hopefully not. I'm not in the right mood. Hi, who are you? Morgan. Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. I, listen, I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. Obviously. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. With the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision to... For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but it's alright, Jess. No, no one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear from the stream Chiron. Chiron? What? What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse in myself, and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in the city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, just whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. It's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I had to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he passed away... No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work related, but he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up on a crime scene more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police policy. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. I'm on my way. Oh, never mind. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? 10:11 a.m., July 1st, 2086, in transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges onto a canopy superhighway, steadily and subtly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy's always felt very arts and crafts to me. Always added onto, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. And it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. She's not fine, but if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Which? Hey, Freckles. Sorry, friend, Assure on the news. RIP. Thank you for trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you're one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True. Win the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. when you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were the born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtly doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking for your advice. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and the famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likeness. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking. I'm assuming. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got fucked deep into corporate intrigue. Why? What? Because I got caught masturbating in the bathroom up in the airline of Annie Live's 45 poster girl? God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide, because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Ashur was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you own. Then get out of there as fast as fuck, boy! That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony, where the body's sent out to the sea on a boat. Then, they fire an arrow with fire. They set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows? Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter. And if we want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. Damn. Got her ass. At the Christmas party? What is that? Where do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. Only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, is basically true. By now, his old block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments in calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you got a second, I was curious about... You and David, David's death, the request, that headline. The request, keeping it simple. I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea. He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see he has a private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it storage lock or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. It was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid, even when he had every right to be. If you wanted this handled in a certain way, it must be for a good reason. Alright, what's up with the headline? Still the headline, by the way, the one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. Thought it I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world, and they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. Is that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean the cops stacked of the media, stacked on lawyers, each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's it's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left his things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they kept it under wraps that long? I know there are a lot of powerful people in the circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical power people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So we found out last night? Right, last night. Oh god. So sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No. As I haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted at the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so. But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Set my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning, it's me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my texts. Yeah, how convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I'd guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital? That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room. But other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason, or... Hard to think about it, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Alright, what's up with you and David? Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we call in the company dorms back then, on account to all the people. Plus, it was on the ground. Didn't see the sun the first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course. But I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him, Dr. David Usher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning. Like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping them organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. Seemed normal. I mean, we still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you, so... David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah? Wait, you don't think he... Wait, you don't think that that when we met he had already decided? It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need a focus. Hmm? Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. Shh. 10:34 a.m. July 1st. Noble Employee Housing Building. Flat TA. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around sides. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of the panic anxiety washing over. What the hell were those people? Well, they've always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely. Deputized, consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his toe. This is technically company property, isn't it? Yep. David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, run from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit. Actually, it's cheap for them. compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. Feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have to go ahead for both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene? If it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right at this very instant. David's vault is in this penthouse basement. But we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him. Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain. Oh, you're the lawyer Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long it's been? I feel like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see a spunky one around. She's taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm. Reyes is around. Why, you miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. Oh, you two know each other? Jess Sterling, my homicide detective. Quasium, London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise. As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. But close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the streets and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy gets bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here for a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of you two knew each other? I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. Well, what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure really fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us. That's alright, little lady, I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady. We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, detective. Alright, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. Okay, what's it got? Controversy? Cooperating. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other, sharing your toys. Some of the younger ones are bristling. But I always play well with others, counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. Torrential? Torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Fuck, I didn't say that right. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they give you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you from the full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I heard rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. I sure really never owned a single android. Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. Alright, what's up with the investigation? I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details, no, thank you for not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective Dr. Ashur was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Rush... Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry. Another round of guard words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours, but all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. Alright, you look tired, man. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if he goes around here 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to my business cards. I think I could sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation? As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit, but we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. Alright, what's up with the controversy? David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Reminds me, which one of us is detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, Android especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are... We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless because unlike us, they're all uninsured. They're all insured. Sorry, not uninsured, insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right. Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is probably done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much of the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Fuck. Alright, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot in our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor of the roof, so its basement would be second to last floor, if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go in the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort? Like royalty? Isn't he a gentleman? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and in the elevator. As we climbed to the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside, and its shifting makeup. It seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, grand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose of their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trial having led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. Seems to be that way, yeah. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Assured, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. I could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for that part. A man buried in his work, with his eyes fixed ahead. Down. 10:32 a.m. Noble employee housing. This is... what, his laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never. But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag. Right. At least she's over here wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about this foundation? His foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime since, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to have retrieved things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Look, if David has something to give me, we can go to get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it. We understand? You understand? We all understand? We're both understood? Yeah? Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but caught myself. I'm okay. I'm gonna say I'm okay. I'm okay. But now it does seem but now it does seem to like that time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. I'm dying. Coming down here, I barely recognize the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise. Always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him the treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine. Said he couldn't find time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Margaret, what's up? What? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing. Just surprised to see this place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guide told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could. Is that the vault over there then? Yeah, stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps, mostly so. Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh, how could I? He didn't tell you? Or give you a code? Or he gave me the code to get in the building and the parking garage, but not the code for whatever this is. Alright. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in the shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? He could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Right, then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like the Tethy's basic sturdy cure. What the sturdy cure, anti-hack, anti-digital, high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password is limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combination. Morgan. Morgan. There you go. Type it in. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll get lucky. Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Try your birthday? What about 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. Fuck it. 1, 2, 3. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Cutter security systems, according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room? Damn, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long? What's the point of the camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault? You egg-headed... Okay, yeah. A programmer probably would care about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. Whatever other felonies I get up in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only 2 I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know nothing. I know whatever David put in the safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going to another round. Examine. taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he's putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on its weights could be a clue. But there's too many, I can't guess that order. So what the hell, Ashur? Did you just set the weights to max because to look more neat? Probably. It's possible. It's a very big painting. And it's impressionist? No, cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche amongst the cubicle lists. David's wine collection still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like this stuff. Maybe just to fill out these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have the dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Merdew Camp 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here, and a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia's sweet like that, overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. I want to try again with the code. Why would you let me try again with the code? The flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you'd drag your feet at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends, and that's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left it defected. That, or David left a jackhammer overnight. Alright, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make a break. Let's try his birthday. No, let's try Morgan's birthday. 12, 26, 87. No, hold on, wait. No, I know. Hold on, wait, give me a second. No, not articles. Profiles, evidence. Terms, missed, meg, copper. Noble, no. Animate, no. Big blue painting. 11/25/58. Maybe that? 11/55/28. What is it? 06/31/86. So then 06/31/86. 06/31/86. No. I'm gonna be here for a while. 11/25/50. 11/25/58. 11/25/58. 11/25/58. I think I put 55 instead of 25. I should be a good lawyer. A password that is and isn't left in a plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, what? How did you get it to open? What is that? Turn back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her template, required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android clearly marketed as such, and yet even standing this close I could swear it's snoring? I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warmth. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16, or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18. A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but the... Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable. Since... You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on worm androids like this one for more than a few years now? Worm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just that this particular model is very... It's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Oh. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? We turn it around or poke the android's ribs? A little less give than I expected given its frame, but the rigidity is remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right. Androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this without waking it up. Shit. She said crap. First of all, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of chunk's power switch should be child's play. And I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, right? Sure, it's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. Might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files? Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for her to try and... I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David, and I were to make sure that the only person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? How would I, the genius of all geniuses... How many options do we got? We got... 1. Alright, what's up with this though? Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit and imitations. But androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires, a 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that with a couple billion times a second and you've got a human brain. A computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine anyway. I've seen this one since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. These appear to be holding tanks for something, how should I know? No labels or anything, typical for a genius, but a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. centrifuges or a fucking whatever. Glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with the keyboard? Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username? Vocal commands. David Assure? Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one? For now though, what should I search for it on his computer? Can I say? I'm curious. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the vocal local drive. I could work with that. Mostly phone book and social data, but I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height and weight? Alright buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints? Why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't a database. I made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself. A wine glass or the like, it would have been easy to do. But why do it? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what for the where and the how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find in every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification. That's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have to register it soon enough anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here. If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every mouth for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics across reference with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? Lips, nose, hands. Let's say the hands. There was that diagram back in the shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Thought it would work. What about the lid, chest, nose? No, let's say the nose. I guess it's not impossible. Morgan? Are you really gonna stick your thumb up its nose? No, I'm not. If it takes something that silly to boot it up, I don't even want it anymore. Let's say lips. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan. Even if it is gross placing my finger in there. Oh, that's... Still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Oh shit. Sura. Go mommin'. Long beat. Good morning to you too. Cute? Hello. I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Usher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last name. Father told me about you. Aw, he did? Wait, father? David. You gotta call you daddy? I'm referring to Dr. David Assure. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me, transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. Well, what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? Thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Assure tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so I'll just head back up to the lab and make some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Morgan? Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? I modeled this lifelike with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you anyway? Forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Assure design you for? I don't know how to answer that question. You don't know why he built you? No. Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would you be asking if I did? I mean, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Why? Why me? Why would you... Why are you doing this? You're a freak! You freak! You fucking freak! A monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's framework for programming linguistics in artificial systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, international jealous. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created, why you exist? Fucking what? A Cam's razor? What? I'm here because my parents. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer. And I defeated you with logic. World-class high-power attorney. The best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can I tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. Oh, for two and answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. Where were you constructed, or assembled, or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any ideas of any designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like an android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissue integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical grade plastics and a military grade titanium carbide alloy. I sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nano weave fiber with with shark what the fuck with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential high rated fucking rated past. Oh my god. Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1000 kilograms. I can run sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately. I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, control, spring tight, strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast, strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, and make for the perfect infiltration unit, the perfect weapon, if you keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you in deep thought? But a military infiltration android will look more crew cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it. This thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cells lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the dynamite daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pink cushion, aren't you? Pincushion? What? I'm not familiar with that term. Searching. Pincushion. Jargon design refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea? Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They're valuable what? They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man, a man who's now dead. Seems we got off track here, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay it to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? The word you called me? What was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why David use Hebrew though? Abrahamic myths tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely it's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself? Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night then. Correct. Right. David is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not. He was not sick. I don't feel like doing this whole song and dance with two robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go with commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands for the first time I say them or not. And not. The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me. Look, Sarah. I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot. So don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearman. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David, is sure the greatest programmer in the world gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. That is what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's laughable. Oh shit, she's laughing. Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into the investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go, we need it. Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearman. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I'm calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. I saw and I have seen that that my shit is still not smooth enough to run. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Ah, shit. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew he'd gone that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you will prove Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do I start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I'm a fast learner. This isn't a job interview, and I'm far from useless. I can. The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless I'm also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. I guess that'll do. Are you gonna ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? 11:14 a.m. July 1st. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? Was that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was father always working in such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am. She's right over here. Oh, oh shit. Oh, it's you. Oh my. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide. She's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me. I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, Detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Kaguya's? Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am? What? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Ah. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is that I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Darling asked me to come here actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I'm here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide. Can't always count to her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure it must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much to say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Assure communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent that in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline. Like Evangelion. Is she gonna, oh my god, is she gonna say that? Pazamuse. I didn't read what anything was that. No, wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after Christmas Carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's curtsying? Curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or your friends call you Angel. I hear Kaguya's Santor, detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have... Oh shit. You could have your dad drive you, like all the other 15-year-old. Hey. Feels like we're getting off topic. I was telling you that David Assure wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before in an upper level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. Well, we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What she's getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like whether he was in his right mind or not. You know anything about estate tax law, detective? No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo, in which case the state would legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example, never mind. Shit. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Usher did have significant holdings in his art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble will suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing to the financial community. All of which to say there's a great deal of stake here. Fuck. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention. Sterling did her part, they're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's gamble. Oh god, okay. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Assure committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do. Shit, goddamn. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So you got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. Courts should have been opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve and protect. Oof. Thanks for the assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all the cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? Most are like him. Most cops I've met are like London, yeah. Courteous and polite and friendly. Lazy. Ah, right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered, among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me, now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for? We're Father's friend. Thank you, again, for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all the heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I wasn't never the one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. You have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a PO something that David might have mentioned when we talked back then. I'll begin a search. I've completed my... I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Is it Starling? Time, date, expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 001. And who would you even have called? I don't know. I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey, yo, we might actually get along. So I've got a good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs. Skipping school is a felony now? Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. You have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. Ah, shit. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they had been robbed until they saw their password show up on the black market clearance for 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything that wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was on my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count like good news. That's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, fosters, whatever. They're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Better than you fucking hacking into the government. Hello, Monker. It's pronounced Coer. I don't know how to say it right. I don't know how it's pronounced. Well, same. And don't call me that. When I met Fran at the police station, I couldn't help but bet that I landed on jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can I even get a good morning? No such thing. Nothing's good ever happened until the afternoon, when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up and just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I've got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during class it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on earth bidding on 70-year-old Gucci and Air Jordan. It's Gucci and Air Jordan vintage red thread. Whatever. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist doing things from the top, huh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officers yesterday. Oh yeah? They've been really into the self-prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help? Oh. Anything you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? Oh, I knew this will electro swing and some other awful... Last name Powell or Parker? And that's all you got? They'll be in David's Assure circle? Wait, Assure? You're working with that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within an hour, ideally. Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who will actually pay you on time? I'm a musician. Find it. Okay. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course, father was... Yeah, I know you want to. But why should I let you? Because I'm capable and helpful. Helpful? Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? We'll subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, don't I? How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway being a paralegal. You coming? Right away, Adonai. 11:45 a.m. July 1st. All right. Are we back in the office? Penthouse dining room. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on your account. Anything you like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police got there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home's security systems. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within a minute. It landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Assure was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. Flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. The cause of death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can be that long. Can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, examiners should have identified it by now, unless you suspect this designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA discriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you weren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been on the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are just decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork, while the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line's cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people died from ODs than ever before. The difference is their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on the street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just law. Assuming it was a designer drug. That would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. We're going to take a look around now? Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's the face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film? Connect to police network and bring up their ARCS file? Augmented reality crime scene, I see. Alright, what do we got? There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for the ARCs? They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and is trying to be as quiet as possible. Starting to get a feel for when she's pounding even without looking. Alright, what happened? So there's a phone, there's the window, there's the dead body, and there's another thing here. Alright, let's start with the phone. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters in it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D6, CX, D4, and D4. This is just moves for chess. A game. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same, each player has the same pieces, same moves, same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too boring. Too fair. The smartest player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course! How's a guy like me supposed to win a game like that? Okay. Look at the window. I always admired this view. Buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary, maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness would have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed a wide spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Better take a closer look. Oh god, okay, we got... Oh, he invited somebody over to drink with. But that somebody brought in this bottle of alcohol, was poisoned, didn't drink it, but David drank it, and this is... Okay, wait, what? We all get the point. Password locked, but already corrected by the police, it seems. All the dogs were take home safe, nothing spicy. What was it last used? 48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Warm android blood saved soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's bravest soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter and Animate 16 enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their police tag, and then some, and police and capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea. Senator Mathings said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with war models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with the talk of, oh damn, you're not logged into the service, why don't you... That's the article that I've seen ongoing around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in a rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they had won themselves a real prize. Easy PR. It's a nice fat bump in PR model. Noble, one of their ads saving a soldier's life. Except they weren't really struggling with popularity to begin with. I guess more good press never hurts. Shit, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure. It was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in Davy's world. It appears that the police have already tested its components. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they couldn't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned? We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 2 cups, 1 empty, knocked over, 1 mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them in? I've seen them before in the basement liquor cabinet. Kept these lying around? I know he re-gifted those crystal glasses on. Arch says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Could have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected, but there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down, all that proves is that someone else touched the cup. doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to, I don't know. Why don't we look at the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as identified or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit. Am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes? Yeah. There's a second set of prints in the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people can't just answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand it, don't I? What does that mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas. Subpoenas. Fuck it. Are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Ashur last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then, Doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Ashur's condition got worse. All the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith? Penumbra's set up on most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own service system. By own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Ashur's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers? Plural? Really? I don't have time to trade jabs with the law office of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Kochler, Gustav, and Prince of Prince. Yeah, I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I like to watch. Yeah, I bet you will like to watch. What? Huh? What does that mean? I don't know. Need a moment to think. So that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, no drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did poison them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as the dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill, from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and witness didn't. And Ashur died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cameras in the lab, or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his labs ever get hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly off the curb. To the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle, it's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? And now his dead body. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? If you're going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I wouldn't think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Odane? Only that I'm missing something. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. And now the cops. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't. In person. David didn't let you in and have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. Seems like there's everything critical on the side of the room, which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran into contact emergency services. May I see it? No, unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Right, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, they are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also, Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, don't I? I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Don't I have the salt? As I was saying, the witness prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? There were drink from the cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over his shoulder. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think glass was this murder weapon? It's bad luck, don't I? Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between the video frames. That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about? The salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition, it's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was must have shown up unannounced. No shot, it was Morgan again. There's no way. I'm jumping into the conclusion too quick. There's no way Morgan did it. There's no way. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I was going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on VTOL pad, you saw the outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got insured through his employer, just like most people. Cardaceus, fuck it, whatever. Executive Plan 6, 5, 7 isn't like most people, counselor. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't be poking around in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Huh? That's what the cam showed, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I'm an android, I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. Alright. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah? So do you think you know what happened? No. Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with half-hundred noble mags who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, give me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial? What, you can do that, can't you? I can, but I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes. Should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, don't I? How bad can it be? Pretty fucking bad. Oh shit. Yeah, don't tell me it's gonna be pretty bad. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy is not panic, yet it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The host got them all so excited. Donna, what does that symbol mean? And this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol of the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make a goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Usher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Usher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. Think that Heartbreak's an android? You think whoever did all this was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern, as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they outlived their usefulness, what are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm androids, so perfect no one could tell the difference. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever you thinking yourself? You think it's coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore props? They're putting something in the food. Those people. Heartbreak, is this a goddamn embarrassment? The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think that they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people would have to worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them, you make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. That's scary to know. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years, but what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blake Ford industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error. Some shoddy welding, and time. So you think Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is a problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can't stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through, please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists. Noble owns the cops. Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove him wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more of the hate than... Do you give the prosecutor a badge? I have an idea for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? It's moral relativism of yours seemed like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so. We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. Very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with these responsibilities of authority, only with authority being challenged, but they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us for no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over the people the same, regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure what we're doing is the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? what the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. Holy shit. God damn, dude. What the fuck? If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Oh. 12:59 p.m. July 1st. Alright. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you, your lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When Truddy failed to witness his medical record, his data had the name blacked out. But I did see they have Cardicius Executive III, the most expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button and get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There are many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us out. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated? He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look at the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one way that says morgue on it. Oh hey, come on in, don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means, or you can just call me Yumi. And you're Morgan. I represented the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Assured D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting too tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this reports before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, I guess some other hospital getting snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Icaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Fodder Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Icaria Medical Complex, a recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Icaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikiria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid 21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who label her family House Ikiria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Mire Ikiria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put up in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are dead. We're working hard to print out the rest of the article. It's tough work, but the Curia guessed they weren't always the same in line of work. Now they're plasterizing their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the nobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can, but that must go double for the Icurias. Assuming the truth about the criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. That's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, man? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do an inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do. So I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere and no one's ever corrected it, so boom. I got 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use the screens. I see. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. Only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming a COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for the mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC, climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job, it's just so much of what I do, it just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was that cause of death? Oh wow, hi there, cute android. I didn't realize it was really cute. The skin that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever. And they're rare like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted. Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Talk screen. The police mentioned a talk screen? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So we're forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easily. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup for any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formulae so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field, wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with the strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because the drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, or with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I'd guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crush his entire nervous system. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure, we got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Ashur died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going in the brain. The root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised that a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he was a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored by the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about your conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in my cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment and give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. Should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. Trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill, or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look at it. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. Are you going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman, sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light on? Adonai? You have your cigarette backwards. Don't tell anyone. Alright, that's back into cold storage form, so... anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, what's it worth? Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic. But there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it's certainly acting like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need? Give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. 2:13 p.m. Alright. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines, the buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of HAO Industries, Lacoon, Tethys, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company's website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to, history, their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation? Obfuscation? Well, how did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend, but what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through your socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is not significant. You're saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school, or anything else really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't. Despite being younger, guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? Like a belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for his tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have a poor time management when they're 21. He was already fired by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast cause the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics? Heuristics. I'm sorry, I can't say it. One of the advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed at any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me on weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention, job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him Anything, actually. A lot of our conversation went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day, and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine? Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with a supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distich fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept intact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. They made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owed him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We'll be arriving shortly. Shall I send a word ahead? Just tell them that Davis Lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m. Alright. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was his lobby. This lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, pulling in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up their blueprints, the greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time... Oh, fucking goddamn. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. What's this? So much energy, so many people. Also, intent. You're kidding. It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturday? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people, for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporations where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can't pick up on that? Is it just part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company headquarters. Or quarters, sorry. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to the company to be the only company there is. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that they get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and have some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish they're dead. Morgan? That's me? Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division? Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, if it's like an afterthought. What's what's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, we must have. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome. But it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, and compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Ashur began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. Barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got in the file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9 is a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart, so long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to be worried about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed at our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. 3:08 p.m. July 1st, alright. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyways, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around, you stay put in the meantime, don't I? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randolph Mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash lab. Flash fab. Basically a 3D printer for nano machines. You build the nano machines in your factory for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nano printer and it assembles the machines particle by particle. like a rib of some building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. Must be time consuming, you would think, but Randall cracked the code on parallel microfactory. The inside is crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out a liquid solution, distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. Mu- He must have bought this his own for some reason. This seems to share the components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If DOS does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out of the floor there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the bio-manufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of the products' blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. I got scared there for a second. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs? They're inhalers. They're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription, and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you. Who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdose, that is not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from the first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed on the ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, they used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there. Swallow right after brushing your teeth and get into bunk fast. But yeah, inhalers are a huge improvement. Like going from torches to the light bulb. They sink straight into your personal biomes to adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah, I know, right? What's being built out there? Our top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting, slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well all the A16s have alloy endoskeleton. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging up the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards, organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Look like puppets strung upon live wires. We used the test footage to hasten turns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we tried. We ended up reaching out to the mod companies. Well, we actually just bought half a dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get a human nervous system moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Ashur? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Has David mentioned Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled war androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? I don't want to read it. Oh my god. Ah! On the subject of Sullivan's Peak, much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry of the planet. There was a simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. No, don't oh my. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking at the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his character in their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side of a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling in any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creation less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, you forgot to sign in device. Surprised to find a reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... Fuck! Noble's making money hand over fist. Why should they care if some sci-fi authors think they need to slow down because they could spell doom for the entire industry if they're right, and threats to the bottom of the line with serious it gets. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step out the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized there may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all Noble products, and, well, pretty much all products pre-RIA are programmed in Tess. Easy to read, easy to write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. But there's a lot of crammed in here that's still in development. Like the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenants, it would be like you're stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, they're mentally ill. Does that mean that they're androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars, it would depend on the center of the gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out of ride suspensions? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes. I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it or when. Ah, right, sorry. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions, it's just... Dr. assured of whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android at the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we'll let a new business partner bring one home fresh and from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is, as it says, unless this will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You're fine with the designation Sarah. We could set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind, Sarah will do. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian mode, address, contact info, if I could get your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm rating 23 tenants here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected, talking with him. She seemed more malleable than that. Malleable? Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be that you only had 3 tenants. Total. And every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, and then the hearings and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during a risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never such an incentive to deny or request tenants, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. Sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decisions points to get there, I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using the tech bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects, V Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet, changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. As with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside of armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like one you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, I went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. You should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his effect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You could choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car with a license without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me They put you in an evidence locker. And an android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit. I didn't know such. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Shouldn't have assumed I still have the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be so subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate, or just let the elevator drop. 3:54 p.m. July 1st. Alright. Executive Office, Jung. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, isn't it? Is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into a swamp of corporate pretended power dynamics. Letters do. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No. I never liked the clearest blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops? Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung? Just Miss is fine. Miss Jung. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you. Though I could say the same for you. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes? If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was the witness. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into their homes and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior on paper, though not in frame. And I knew that the witness had executive planned the third insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know you're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. Can't imagine why. Police cleared you. And you were well within your right to ask for some privacy, given the high profile of nature. All that's happened. So why you call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record open. Through legal means or otherwise. Company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all the quiet clearly. He felt ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together? Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through the screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About the good old days, if you could believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Jung? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? A quarter before 8, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down to his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime and enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. He tried to wake him up. He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen, used the security system. Didn't think you used your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain it was a suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, that last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like a David Assure to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh my god. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either, back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated, and self-defeating. The two of them made one of the point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in the Noble commercials and Noble sponsors media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies started heading home. I turn to David, tell him that's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We still got all night until his end of the day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and cleaning staff. Back then only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I was. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together David and I, we had finally got a win. So David asked if I've got anything to drink. Got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. He says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room, toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. You said CCE is standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training, subtly of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. Not smart. Like snappers purposefully avoiding vital areas to drain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snappers, she says the same thing. That's nothing. Compared to when they want to turn an asset, fell ill for the rest of their life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole, will send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get David for years, and that's the timescale for their plans to operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming, and they'd probably have struck first. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Joan's desk. Maybe it's not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinators. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am in that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft an apology notes over the years for misunderstandings or double bookings. Scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes? Weren't you the one who designed Serotonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead the project, yes, but that was years ago. At that at the time, Serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took his reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander off. Wander far, I mean. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting on other departments taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading the other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was, yeah? Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So this android Sarah, even DOS couldn't find any real details where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No. He never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below it. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me. No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accounts are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could even hear the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. Difficult day for all of us. Message from Fan. I'm running out of leads to chase. I'm running out of leads to chase. That Brad would have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. 4:21 p.m. July 1st. Alright. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs is very different. Speed walking sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like Senjio? 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 Fuck, man, I'm sorry. Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai. Is it possible that you are out of shape? Oh my god. No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temperature? You said it would be a short walk from the street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble of finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for musicians in David's circle, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or jazz club, the champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of the town. It should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should relax. Adonai is growling. He's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that doesn't like? Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need to make sense to you. You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us. Just an observation? You're shy or something? Did David program you to have an android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I said. Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. 4:26 p.m. Alright. Ultraviolets. This is the establishment. Not to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that a deduction. Friends saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But friend also saw a phone call between the two last night, so they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me, or anyone, to speculate about. Inappropriate? I don't know, it's only I'm getting very important text message from my private investigator, excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell, I sent you his pose. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout, but Assure gets respect. If I'm a demolition expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Fucking goddamn, dude. Assure started out working in Cube, so in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand, or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies? Eat this analogy. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language? What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. so you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically, but not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery, stuff that had to be operated in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where to sure to learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigators have to say? Not telling. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer. Do you really think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk-in so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite. Find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock? Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they say. If they're smart, they'd say the music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. A bar stock full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste of the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like, Android food? There's no such product. So what do you androids eat? Online user guides for Nobles Warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get the energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, is to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charges separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyways? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados, faux grass, that sort of thing. I am not praying for any of that. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? I can't read, dude. I can't read. Oh my god. Help. Mom, help. Mom, help. Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name in everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questionings about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, and perhaps the only true unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so you're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay, I'm happy for them, of course. But to be honest, it's painting at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering on her. It only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm intending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine is flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, a little spoiled, keeps you young. And how old are you, exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind business. It might do her good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerful. Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at their mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Looks like he's killing time before he sits tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play cool. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, whatever, man. The hell, are you a fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. And aren't you really dressed like a cop? God damn, your media aren't you fucking vultures, man. Perhaps I should start over. My name is Morgan. I was David's friend. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tad. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed a bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might have not seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell, Isaac? It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary. So why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David wasn't keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together, I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? You can tell me everything once and I can get it on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off, scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it in 10 minutes, and he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or most confident man in the world. And it ticked me off. One night things were slow and my set had been cancelled for his date and hadn't even bothered to think for an excuse for before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there night after night, just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at or in a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on, him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit of shame to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I was special. But I wasn't. So I ended it. Last night, I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Schur. What do you say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Oh, I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in a warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now, here's just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards, parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Schur over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline, or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You're serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your work is in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think. Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can you find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first? Butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained for any data sets that... Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Not your fault, you're only standing here because your rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to. I just felt like I should say something to him. Word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just corn syrup and a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Yeah, come on, there's not much time left. Is there somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find at this point. 4:16 p.m., July 1st. Alright. Back in the basement? You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you read every mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into the bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? A medical examiner found no injections, marks, or wounds. And if he had inhaled it, why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my questions. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area, and no one around David was shown any kind of symptoms. So we're all left with oral intake, eliminating the impossible. What's next? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0? David left the parlor and came back with the whiskey in 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them from this bar. Better, 5 points. Did they also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to the ARC's file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to. If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. You can make the claim because there's no evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, it would be a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not. He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. I've gone past 64-digit code and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they fitting to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside of his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see. I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't come for me for? Time short, gather facts now and leave the computation for later. Wait. What did David even do with all this equipment? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used weights that when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me that he'd take better care for himself. So these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player entered the global Danke Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends him to twist a knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hand. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterward, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each other of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, become taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can do, just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Don't believe everything you read on the net. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know, I've never noticed that crack before. Well, I want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack must have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over again in the same spot? So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least it didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter. Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest. The stag and the tiger, I think. Great, I'm officially less cultured than the robot. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have, sorry. You were way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb up top of the ladder roll. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, ladder extends, but not step ladder folds out. But a step ladder folds out. And? This is important to know the distinction. I bet my life savings in this subject will never come up again ever. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys Basics Sturdicure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It says closed system, Donna. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, He made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password or some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew that I would learn? No dice. Could it be a birthday year of his? If Data said a password or something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. Morg, was that your name just tried? 6 characters, isn't it? Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Oh my god. Okay, thank god. What was the password? You'd never guess. Did feel a bit of character. David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. Panic room is a place for rich people to hide when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even in the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained a Noble blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all this. I don't want to miss one chance because of a discovered technicality. I understand, but you need to specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulate better than any human and canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me, almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, and half-ton Android and secret phrase. If David set a password in this PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted in short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The camera stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals, once every week it seems. The most recent file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at the time was David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I'm having difficulty. Try double clicking. I've been trying to open the files at the moment I discovered them, don't I? But they're encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand of the encryption program? If I rush this opponent, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files are not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Assure hand wrote the encryption in this on these files, there's no one alive who could. Hey, was us just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power that's really that special? Adonai, can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time? And how much time would that be? I would estimate it 6 hours? That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And with deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any other options. Get started. Started 4 minutes and 23 seconds before already. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data and provide by utilizing subconscious process, so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it back in your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Yeah, that's pretty nifty feature. I'll have that in mind. Alright, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a new battery? I've copied and encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you are ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in front of my face last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only not the only thing in here. The cabinet a lot less eye-catching than this computer, but knowing David, that's a lot more of the reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Assure's identity. Down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo in the front and the middle. Enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in the period pieces. They're masking it in legal ease even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. Must be very important if you're giving it to me. Certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. Stated a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all this? If he had, why'd he have this where no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This is gonna be a huge tax write-off when I donate you for profit college. Could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for profit since the 60s. That doesn't make it any better. You could cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse, priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over there. Very good, Andane. 5:48 p.m. July 1st. Alright. Does it excite you, going to courtrooms? What do you mean? Don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs against themselves? You don't feel a fury sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think there's gonna be like some kind of movie where good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who was suggesting it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking about. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something. He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have a very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught or only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed, but the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are. It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them. Well, what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. 6:05 p.m. July 1st. All right. I was considering into making this part because realizing like in the third hour mark and recording of this, which has been 4 hours right now, I had to go do something. Before I left, I checked and it was 2.5 hours. So in total of 6.5 hours I've been recording this. Oh boy, a lot of reading and a lot of my air reading as well. So I do apologize for a lot of stuttering. I tend to read fast, but still not even speak the words correctly. Not even read the whole thing. I gotta get back on that. I gotta practice reading now. Still though, we're here to gamble. We're here to gamble. We're here to prove the innocence of my client. Floor 38, 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials, documents, and paper pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd thrust an android into my lap either. I could just walk there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that, and I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have a suspicion as well. I have my suspicion as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether I agree or not. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicion before the state, because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, it's no longer ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Fuck. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always coin flips, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmarks cases and the higher courts. They are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee, and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions, stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed a shred budget across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirements by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. That's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is, that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice for sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. It's what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything is more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras, no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails. You'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. 6:24 p.m. July 1st. Alright, sorry. Hi Emma, haven't seen you in a while. I'm so happy to see you. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You would know from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped out in the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every addict can afford to be decked out extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Assure's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detective like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things like the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plans. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out of one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general, but I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be a paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph in one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I figured that you could extrapolate. I'm asking so as to correct my misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. Defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecutions are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before, discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing. Anyway, it's not only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble, sorry. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David, yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. 8084. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant 8084 presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Ashur. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make its opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. Sorry. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me, they're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead? Why are we doing this? This the debug or something? Fuck it. Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Ashur did in fact commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for its kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts of my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges have met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. It's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability. I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Usher, were you not? I was. When did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night, if you're talking about 1 a.m. in the morning. Objection. The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine until then. They should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustain? Don't get cute me with, counselor. Are you fucking serious? Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing on a high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge when you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are their symptoms? There would be the lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish ting around the certain extremity. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illness, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. But what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Ashur? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it was something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue would proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually to continue. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover the call button or toggle the insight to focus their claims within witness statement. Insight can be disabled in settings. Testimony will loop until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch your mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Oh my god, dude. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Yes. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Yes. He was in experienced lightheaded dizziness and then fainting. As the subject was healthier, the respiratory must be attributed to drug overdose. But when the tox screen came out, the hospital came out clean. Call? After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cards that show up and confirm your card before the time runs out. Oh, what? There's only room for one airhead. in this courtroom. It's not you. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. Oh no, dude. Respiratory failure after drug overdose. Tox screen. Came back clean. Okay, let's say that. Uh, whiskey. Whiskey. Want a bet? Oh, oh, I did it right. Oh, it's impossible for David Assure's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Oh, shit! That makes sense. And that scared you? Oh my god, I got it! The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Assure did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the box tox screen was clean, I just meant I didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Assure's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound, so there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that a hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all getting tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance, a name like Omega. Omega 3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable, not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. Okay, yes, that is true. And his tox screen showed up that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Okay? Except for this unknown substance, not poison we labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about his case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Oh, thank fuck there's not like a time limit for this one. Died from respiratory failure, unknown substance. Drank with David before he died, didn't have... It's either Jung's testimony or the whiskey. I'm gonna say the whiskey. Fuck! The whiskey, what about it? That wasn't expensive. Why wouldn't it... I'm sorry. You want to finish that thought? Shut up. No. How much? Jung's testimony. Are you fucking... Oh, wait, no, yeah. Wait, no, sorry. I thought I got it wrong. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist to testify themselves. How kind of you to offer. Falls in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of a respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Oh my god, we're doing blackjack. Holy fuck! During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think of a line questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Oh, so don't press further if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. Oh god, okay. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of the argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was a respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta was to blame? Shit, I actually don't know. Are you sure? Ah, fuck. Are you sure it was respiratory? Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no. Fuck. God damn it. You could argue to speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is in fact that he died because his lungs stopped working. Right, thanks for that. God damn. Are you sure Delta's to blame? Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? While I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant, and just enough of any depressant, a respiratory failure will occur. Now keep going. You've ran simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical, of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Dr. Sato, you said the subject had to be ingested with Delta orally. How can you sure actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about the cavities that I checked, but... Press it! But how can you be sure... but how can we be sure that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Cause for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Aw, oh, man, I wanted to jump in your case. Seemed like that's... blackjack. Alright. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Usher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illness if he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. I feel weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Sitting down wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene? Yes, ma'am. How did you interview the EMTs who first arrived in the scene? And did you interview the EMTs? Yes, I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious, on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called him. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Usher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about half hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Ashur became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. During the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean. The witness's drink was clean. The only person who got sick was Dr. Ashur, drinking from a cup he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Ashur committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle, but I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. It's not the right cup, it's not David's cup. Poison? Fuck, what? 7:30 p.m. last night, yes. He's the one that prepared the drinks, yes. No opportunity for the witness to ever slip something. No, there was, no, yeah. Scan the kitchen lab in the basement. Hold on, wait. Fuck! Which is to say, I was train of thought. Let me find it for you. Back on track. 7! Oh my fuck! Okay. Hold on. Upright cup. Wait, hold on. Let me. I forgot I have a phone. Juice cup. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it. Fine upright. Saliva. No trace of foreign elements. What about the poison? An unidentified substance has many similarities to chemical depressed drug. No additional traces found anywhere with crime scene David's penthouse. What was it? I'm gonna go for upright actually. 7:30 p.m. last night. Yep. He was the one that prepared the drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. We scanned through the kitchen lab. Okay, there it is. And let's say David's cup. Fuck! That's cute, counselor. You're almost at a salient point. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. How much? Overruled. How much? 8! Oh my fucking god, I'm losing shit. Oh god. Upright, David's cup, poison. Unless it's not the questions. Go, if you ask me, just be kitchen lab basement. There was no poison anywhere else. Drank from the cup himself, poisoned. No! Oh my fucking god, no, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Did I lose 9? Oh my god, this is bad. I only got like 3 tries left. 2. 3 if I'm lucky. Oh, he drank from the... Fuck it. Let's give it this. God, fuck! God damn it, dude. I don't know. Well, I mean, I lost here, but like, I at least saved. Thank God. Yeah. That's just getting sad. Your sustained patience to score as far as I'll allow. Of course, yeah, you've put out a poor show. Summary judgment, David Ashur committed suicide. Game over. Thankfully though, I saved right before I lost here, so thank God. Oh, what? Wait, wait. What was it? Can't make that claim now when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Assure's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poison. Talking about a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve or do you have a response, dear Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Assure's alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing that your burden of proof. It's not the defense, as we're all aware. Right. We all know that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning at that pesky innocent till proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby. Shit. Ray's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll make this plainly for the court. Is there a way for it? Is there any photographic evidence showing David Assure adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured for both of them by the time that he returned to the parlor. He already poured? In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Is it impossible that Dr. Assure was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show it would have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Fuck! 13! Any poison in the samples at the kitchen or the parlor? Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found the poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. They never found any poison. No poison at all? Poison container. What about a poison container? Now, stay. Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Assure and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that are recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the house interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past this front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. No. Any poison in the kitchen? I'm gonna press. What about the poison container? At any point in the investigation, was poison found in any body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules of vitals or eyedroppers? Didn't he have his wallet on him? Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this, detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, detective? How could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Oh god, yes! Oh my god, thank god. What do you mean procure? Where did it came from, detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have from thin air, you understand? It had to have been another container at some point. Whatever it was before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask to keep it civil? In a minute, sure, yeah. Here, I'm gonna save here. There wasn't any pill at the bottom in the bathroom or syringe in this pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it, or what did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Ashur committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe's eyes or as well. Fuck. Dr. Ashur was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. Piece of machinery found in Dr. Ashur's laboratory, sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one! It used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour on the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any specific laboratory, and Dr. Ashur was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few steps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his art desired, really. You think Randok Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drug does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Ashur's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard code their machines to prevent the productions of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. Dr. Ashur died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't commission a synthetic drug from a street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn! I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with the witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it, you know, and I mean, not me. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Ashur left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning at the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly after. Any objections so far, Counselor? No. She made a mistake on the timeline. Did she make a mistake on the timeline? What was it? Oh my god, I forgot. Lost consciousness at 8:03. How much do I have? I got 5. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. So either I lose here or I mean I could save actually, so let's see. Raise or stay. She has it right. Not at this time now. The timeline you described is accurate as we know it, as you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Ashur could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the manufacturer's activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Oh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to ready to wrap up here now. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor, are we done here? It's still missing something though. Hold on. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I was getting excited to finish early or anything. As a preliminary hearing counselor, our focus should be on the evidence, so just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme. There's a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If anyone wants to present it here, then the content must be relevant, Your Honor. Yeah, that bearing does this recording have a case in the hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin a playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? It's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? Shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always been better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were anything but strangers. That's all we are anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, you know? Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Assure's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance. Reminded me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Bob. It might be just a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? It must have never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Oh. Less than 2 hours before Dr. Assure died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Assure was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. If the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness now. You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Let's call the ultimate silver bullet rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is it June? Oh, Jack! Is here good? Doesn't matter where I put my hands. Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is the relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask a few questions about Dr. Ashur. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Ashur was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Ashur's work set the bar for the entire automated, dependent world. Stay focused, Spearman. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling that's gonna be sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Ashur was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn, Miss Darling. People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take no action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him down. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turned those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor, and none of the parties involved have had a contact with David Ashur in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Oh shit. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Ashur for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner, or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain, since he needed a relationship advice a lot, even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge anyone else, about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people arguing that Dr. Ashur had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection? On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest in the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased mental health history? Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't have permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn. I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her down. Were you on that footage? 77%, approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however, I can, even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have messages here between Dr. Ashur and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Ashur's secrets here in the court. Okay, I guess. but I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Assure was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. There's nothing strange yet, at least. Hold on. I would gladly object. On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 6-4 plan, not a platinum plan? What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him, and he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. We got 7. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to max that out. Recorded calls. Ah, save here, save here. Jung's testimony? Fuck. Alright, well. Helen Jung's testimony. Interesting. Alright, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I need a max of it, so it's not Jung's testimony. Recorded calls. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who would have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm pretty still low though. David Assure was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data, hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from from a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. Not trying to muddle the insurance or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Oh? What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Assure, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Assure was once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call it the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... I'm sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting the girls or fighting? Yes, ma'am. With my luck spin so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning, if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear about more of the testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As your word, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I could probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Sterling tell us about no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Sterling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Ashur last night. So please, tell us. What exactly did he last contact you? When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Ashur, Miss Sterling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some text, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think that they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? I'ma save here. I'ma save. Let's stay. Let's stay. The texting itself isn't relevant, okay? But the timing of it is critical to this case. What would you phrase it that way then? For no reason, I lost momentum by playing it safe just by no— Fuck! Truly, she brings an unconventional rhythm to the courtroom, but I don't get why the texts make that big a difference. They don't. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Select and place cards from your hands onto the slots in chronological order, left to right. You can pick a card back and place it on another slot if you change your mind, or use return to undo the last card you placed down. Fill all the slots to submit your answer. Alright, we're going all out. 6:57 p.m. so 6:30. Alright, they got the call. 6:57. David passed out. What? Jung's testimony. This is last though. No, hold on. Nope. This is there. Is it here? I just don't know about Jung's testimony, because that was at the very last. Isaac's phone call was first. Yeah, 6:30. Okay. David faints like that. That isn't right. Oh, well, that's not too far off anyway, so it's fine. Yes, that's it. Okay, so yeah. Okay, yeah. Thanks to Miss Darling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Ashur broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for it so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Darling, at 6:57 p.m. David was on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. and he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object the timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Darling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Ashur? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how you wanted to have his android. That android right there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? He wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Darling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do the first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Ashur didn't like doing anything on Mondays, and he was going to be in attendance? Yeah, well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to, to summarize then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest arrived, he was planning to appointment. What? He was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead of mere hours before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will allow just a moment? Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. That was slow. I'm sorry, so. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from this manufacturer from inside the house. Adonai? Not right now. But even before that's true, but even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai, would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something here, Sarah. Can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can't be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we got a case, or it doesn't, and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have, fuck it, screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake. I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data from breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own system. You what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have investigated it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he had added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer and activated it, waited 2 minutes and then walked up the stairs to his death. But shit. But I'm about to present the court footage received from his basement. Footage that will show by that time that he retrieved the cups in the basement. It was already past 7:38. Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. What clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So I better be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered to the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai, I'll search it for you right now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36 p.m. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving. At 7:37, just under the wire as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there a sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups... Counselor? What's that Andrew doing on camera? Oh. It's at the bar. The android give him the shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of its death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. Shit! What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtrooms cleared? Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have the caller still available? Sarah, shut down now. I don't know. Please, tell me what That's in order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's, Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Ashur and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Ashur did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges were withdrawn, and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with this shitstorm of the decade. What? 8:47 p.m. July 1st. Alright. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any other choice of the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day tapping up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Once someone toiling away under the police state of the poor bureaucrats, and I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counsel Morgan, you're one of its registered too? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down an hospital, crash a corn market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Ashur? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A. Docket number YT984318282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT843188282. I think I lost you after the 8. I have a copy here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to do more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. Sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course. There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? Sorry. I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keep things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets of what programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. Talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile, and pointless, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines. And trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Oh, Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said, objection. What are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been going through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor. I've defended myself, at least. Pardon? You said that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenet because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committed murder via the poison. All true and no laws broken in your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me with this shit. Entrap me this. Fuck it, Max. Alright, what we got? You aren't guilty of any crime. I got a Glock. Oh, Sarah's papers. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, and they're accusing me of committing a felony, because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year, but you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet you're here risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and them arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so. Fun. You think there's a reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, other than feeling of personal attachment? Max again, baby! Alright, what we got? You have no reason to care. Sarah's papers, tenants. Sarah's papers again. David experienced harassment. Evaluation. As the 7 family with a lot of zeros. I don't want to say Sarah's papers again, but I'm gonna say evaluation. I can think of I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into a slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. Gotta be fucking really? I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel stomach ulcer coming on. Okay. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Schur. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have that damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. Dear Rockford, what I'm asking you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now, I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Morgan, I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him, sorry. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to a 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. If I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. If you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There's book burners on all sides these days. Talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. 9:31 a.m., July 2nd, alright. 2:54. Homicide office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got a collar? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? It was just wishful thinking. Can I have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed? So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here, you don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of bloodbath when their markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or bidding their time and forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can we just hook it up in the court computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can trust? Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. Do we get any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch in the stores. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those at the bar, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around, the DA's office never asked for them, do they? Nope. Now we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at a wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100. 9 over 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the texts get, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust the machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust the machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't go to vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses will never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fully expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the drumhead court martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than just one shot to. Wait, from outside? You're not coming in? I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. If it doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android. And I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on mad confidentiality, and you don't seem like you're bluffing the type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that have you look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you lower back pain you might be going through. But I also can't just look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it will take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know. Gets jammed a lot. A lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word it's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attached to a machine built to serve. Or potentially in this case, a machine built to kill. 9:53 a.m. July 2nd. Alright. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all is just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to do this time? Or do we have to whole meter queue over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you to brick ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I'm man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, what does that mean? I have to die? Fear. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that there are modern humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. Competition. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. God damn it. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more quickly put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great, now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep in the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think, so you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is, I'm more aware of. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that they're asking is what makes people. Disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient. that their hatred is involuntarily. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why, I'm not going to be given a trial? Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line, don't I? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No? That's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Look, Rotherk doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is to prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now's the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handling the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday. That's the last time you were awake Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, it was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday, because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. They're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in the footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily set that to occur next time I hibernated. He could have even just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it? Father would never ask me to do such thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure that court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. This isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. Password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she had already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding out some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with him many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere I'm not looking. It's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me and I always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes that all things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to tell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me, whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I love... Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide. among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt, even bringing in a confession from whoever did it. But if you got up in the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or nature or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say, let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and it is at stance. You were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. The wrong camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he already begun to leave in the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look. Oh my fucking god! I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose in trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not Adonai? What would happen if I did kill father? I smash it to pieces and reduce pieces to ash. Chemically burned out of every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off forcibly. You won't ever power back up again. Now we gotta get moving. Here's a paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyers present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. 10:20 a.m. July 2nd. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, they're working together? Hello. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early? Aye. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right. Yes, man, we're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage? Of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear, relax, I'm going to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not playing games. As long as you please. Tell me the password, please. Tell her. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for. Yay! I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me that this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this professionally as possible. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. So you could go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, That's not work a thing. That's not work thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too. Did she kick their asses? You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be admissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint of the other mind find. Other mind find? There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Burroughs or other power that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly on an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of the shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own. I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Search for it. Search. Right here. First try. Ah, damn it. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Is that the car you throw, detective? It's not some random sports car, it's a Lawrence Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It wasn't heard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower and manual transmission, thank God. When they first let the production in line, this conversation was quicksand, killing in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at the model of it. When he could have easily have just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. This data pad is displaying a new article from last week, sorry. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit. Once again signaling that the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction of outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as the journalism refuses to buckle for a right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to sales. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks. They get to sell us the replacement. There will always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have an auto. What's up here? Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize the secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Ready to search in the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. Got spam in my junk folder that's more help than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find, Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the doctor assure use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, sometimes I try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information about the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize this handwriting or not? Neat words. Small lettering with animal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to WorkNet, high fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What are you, just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Text probably already analyzing it. It was ah, shit, my head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I enjoyed it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long it's been? 2 months or so. It's still that sensitive? It's still that sensitive. So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through the eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch it's not so bad. Okay, I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all, those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all the extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels. Until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah. Like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ah, now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you, if you're that curious. I need to go back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day.
No!
Errors in lines 21165 to 26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. I worked this morning yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gone terrible. It's too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with the novel. A lot of this isn't really a writing. It seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is, with company stuff. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. No route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bomblo? Boomblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week. But it's all for show? Fine by me. I already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Wester's branch nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. A squid evolution can do a better job. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirks on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving my home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filled another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower and so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag and big enough for a week. She's kinda like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can praise. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together, making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything is an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable, it's like everything's a miracle. The muscle ridging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. And the kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these pages. Doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Assure to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 AM to 9 PM, and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so I asked her if she ever fast forwarded the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain that she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh, she can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me that she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game in the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character in the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Assure was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out a code of metal, a family member that couldn't fathom any idea of living him. He made it all and made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he had to do. Like love him. What about the very last entry? Stated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can ask for help so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions that I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary from front to back, Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner or fingerprint reader. My thumb worked on Sarah, so did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure if you're hearing this, anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnus opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had a little vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, I couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to do something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sisters branches, saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing, I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid. And Aeneid, or whatever how to say it, was novel, in many ways. They could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean really solve them, with its own ideas it didn't copy. And the other thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are more better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time I didn't want to be connected or feel connected, or do anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around in my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other small, slight indifferences running in Cube versus Tess, including that the Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets. So in that sense, you could legally, and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I named Nade over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Nade was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I give it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. And together, we built Athens, who was more advanced than Nade naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out of your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at disposition or hearing, or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful, and courteous, and charming, and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever is asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamity, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up, and there got to be, well... should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me to say nothing at all. So, more than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at. They're varied, like people are varied, but they are intelligent. They develop interests, specialties that encourage them to. Irritating moderators in forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. Spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to Animate 16 actually came from. You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humbled, difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single, microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Can make even more in less, after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys, and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? Sorry. Trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed, she was born. And my hope is that their smallest chance in that nuance could offer her small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place without them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked about a lot of protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing too. I really hope it's you listening to this, Fred. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me too. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of a skin-deep Tesseract code around her that she could fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16, sorry. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. Can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. Because I have a lot of questions to ask. And a lot of swear words I like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt, which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and send me in jails. In the system, my DNA on file ready to be matched by any number of previous, so I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? 12:27 p.m., July 2nd. So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to the door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs? And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were, and the place that, looked the part? Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry. I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training certified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing, she only cares about the results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, friend. Thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30% the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% of your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, a signal must have cut off. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because the leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer in the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells, guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around, so take mine. What, your pass? I'll tell them we got our mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. The one and only David Assure wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Is that a compliment? That's a compliment, right? 12:46 p.m., July 2nd. Alright. Morgan? How did you get so turned around? God only knows. Okay, I found my way here, though. Such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you without a legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just I think what with Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what's it worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. They're looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters, full cooperation and government's oversight on the surface. I'll slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who can testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. Sorry. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always sound of mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and say thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Animate 16. Noble spent months promoting this A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically, it pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet compared to what goes on Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits of his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. In the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure that the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to the protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a stronger motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with the dread at that idea. But the data doesn't support it. Cells have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there right now anyway? We're just past 9 million sold. Just flying off the shelves like 14 and 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. I practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. Retinas? What do you want to know? Distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people androids, coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural, hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and adult industries. I should actually buy one right now. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, but No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend that's not happening. Damages? Well, we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh, very high turnover in the pink market. Has it stopped you from selling to them? Well, we don't sell to them, not directly, but there are resellers and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for software androids for years and decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales number I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable in this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on the inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? What about error report? What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under big reports. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep of work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh. Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, the section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. There's no problem though. I can view the edit history and see what's fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted maybe? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29FFCE010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. Fucking goddamn it, no. No! Gotta say it? Are you serious? I gotta say it. I have to say it. 67BBTC899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67BBTD592698. Shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at this stage of the process, it must be someone with a lot of experience, or authority. Probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you there was somebody important. Small last minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want to find it. Okay, thanks for sharing the data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Oh, thank God. What the fuck? What do you mean? Noble and AIs. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with that. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is concerned for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on a Tesseract yesterday. If the language is safe, as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Assure, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Assure. Any chance you'll testify on that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Oh, thank God. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe, so how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right? Right. I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say to the left, half to say to the right, but actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right, the language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think, and it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective, but machines can learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 turned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah, unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go and find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Camera's just a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Assure's blood. The poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in the database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal database. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that could accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him. Helen Jung led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. We should be careful about criticizing your superior where people could be listening. Good thing we got our privacy in our office. No one but the two of us is listening, and thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted you to ask. How long have you been a corporate spy? Whoa! How long have you been a corporate spy? Wait, what? Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had you guard down because I'm not part of that industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison. Oh, what? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man, and I'm sure you got practice answers to it. Oh shit, whoa. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep it cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill their silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting, 4 quarters in internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division, then 8 embedded at HOA Industries, 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with 3D printed shiv under my pillow. Oh, my nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So you can tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxygen. It's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base, during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story. Started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Like sieve? What? Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for video and interviews and data, and the states praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so green. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed over since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Assure, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? Psychiatrist. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Know some old coworkers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was, you okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? All these companies hate to lose, so don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. 1:22 p.m. July 2nd. Alright. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had a lot of guesses and process of elimination and every goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to her. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable definitions of a temperamental oracle named share price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now that I have all weakened. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is poke the bear. Pull the trigger. Alright, well, not the same. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. Literally. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hey Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text? Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stopping in and nationalizing the place. So that might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact when makes you think we're at Noble. My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, just start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I'd have to ride an elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might I have you a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The ward. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. 1:40 p.m. July 2nd. Oh shit. Conference room 108A. Okay. Oh hey June. Evangeline Morgan. I'm sorry, I still can't say that name. Helen Jones. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. We're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? If I could play the game. Pardon me in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posture. If anything, know that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else. Just make sure your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Spoke like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, didn't take you for the night makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless boy incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. O'Shea had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words in a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. O'Shea was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches. Him disappearing on all you like that must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble at the top of the industry. You? You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there any problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. Ashur. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette, a rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO in every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Ashur was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, every lawyer that you've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanction to the person whomever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks and not the initial dip. Then pat yourselves in the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3? Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Ashur has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his body. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say no more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer at the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. Eddie A. Rockford has already called me to testify. Oh shit, she beat me to them! Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to the bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen June Dart in a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her, and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. Oh boy. So that's it, acting as their mouthpieces in some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's been used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious at her. Time to find out why. Jealousy? Could be jealousy. Maybe. Possibly. Who knows? Alright, let's go with Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl, or A17 or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales. Her cute little pal projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that Android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? Trying to monopolize Sarah? Sarah's worth a lot of money in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out the way? Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. Fuck! I lost 5, that's fine. The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We only need steady growth and increased market share. Trying to steal away Sarah with bloody force doesn't seem absurd when she puts it that way. Let's jealousy. I have to admit, I'm surprised that you aren't more shaken up today, Miss June. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues, and cordial one with another. Just colleagues? I do wanna press. Fuck it, I'll press. Press it. Don't be so modest. You helped them create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Assure, of course. But he was once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's a real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though? David and Noble. David and Noble. David and Noble. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Assure was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations? That would of course be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Did David ever anger the board? Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the permission that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or if you feed tomorrow. Dr. David Assure was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. I need one more, baby. I just need one more, baby. David's will. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknown surroundings his death have been into unknowns. So David at will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? I'll stay. Well then, I suppose that's... blackjack. Sweet. Alright, baby. Alright. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily now. But there's no hiding at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Assure? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling him? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, forging royalties of any products we would develop over the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter. What the deal was, letting go of David Assure is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Already been suspicious about this. This guy, someone in this room did it. Someone in this room did it. Someone in this room did. Yeah, that looks... What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes? They don't. That was illegal. Expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing their ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much clearer than expected. But Dr. Assure did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him. So I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminiscent. When he brought out the drinks, I thought he would be toasting a new day. A few minutes later, he died. No, because of that AI. Hold on, how did you know that AI? Oh shit, well, I guess it was all over the news. Maybe I'm the idiot. I'm sorry. Any idea how that came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenants. Well, about as far as off target as it gets with that, I guess. But that kind of intelligent brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over a allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending for myself, Miss June. Ah, yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will lead it up and shit it out with every little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asure, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare your afternoon then, Dr. June. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. Couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started working on androids in earnest. Probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people to not use it. A very high IQ social power play, if you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asure didn't have to. 2:50 p.m. July 2nd. Alright. Going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. Which? So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And you're gonna find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles, you could bore the polish off resume checking robot. I fuck Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. Who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you self-representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't matter of how good of a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a full four counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? and add committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close the chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? It depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I'm not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring you in the city and I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. That was all some smokescreen David added to help her lay low. Then her actual strength is more like, if your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security will put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. That's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Well, if we haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. It's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember, because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Jung insists that the serotonin is what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So is she lying? And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Will she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why would anyone kill anyone. Do you? Bells tolling for thee. Means the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do... Wait a second, across the hall that's... Oh shit! Keep waddling, Sarah, I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This will be a coin toss. You're that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I'm surprised you'd want to talk to me. You defended the android, right? Be honest. Just be honest, yeah. Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic. How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by Big Smile and fat signing bonuses. No such thing as a corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it, hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In the contract law, they call that force majeure. 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 I'm sorry. 329. Where are we? I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his parents even after being let go. But what Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. Councilor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Whoa, oh shit. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment. Siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back, did y'all miss me? Well then. Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of the Android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence, and the evidence surrounding the death of Dr. Ashur, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Ashur. Not through an accident, or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Oh shit, what's patricide? Oof, wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she say? Did she just admit it? Why am I here? I wasn't hired. Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on a little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. Ooh, she lying. Who's lying? I do own the android you see here. It was BQ'd to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just a friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Assure's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sierra is an AI, and truth be told, I can't prove that isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sound very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. Quasi-Man. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Assure one more time. What happened Friday night? 6:30 p.m., David Assure spoke on the phone with his lover and the two of them broke things off. Lover. It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. I don't know. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Jung in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor in the sightlines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And you see that the android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections? None. Why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Assure went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Jung. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Assure's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in the statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Assure's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor? He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen. Basement footage. Whiskey. 6:30 p.m. David Assure and Isaac Porter broke over the phone. Yes. And at 7:30, Helen Jung arrived. They spoke briefly and then went downstairs. And then he went downstairs. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. Yes. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking. It wasn't long after he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. What was it? It was the whiskey, toxin, and Sarah. So the basement footage recovered. David Assure secretly installed in his basement. Sarah's handing the red cups. Drank at 7:38 p.m. Whiskey, bottle of Rose River, forensic analysis show, and deceased. So he came back to the parlor and started drinking. Lost consciousness and died drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Fuck it. That? I kind of mess up, honestly. Yeah, I know. Shut up. That's the bishop got. Shut up. I didn't think it was all that bad. Depends on the grading curve. -7? I give you an F. Overruled. -7. Okay, at least I still got a lot. But I can't risk to lose more. Downstairs. Basement Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. Yes. Did that do it? No? Share basement footage. Tell me it's right. Oh, yeah! Check the footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison? No. That wouldn't make sense. No, that wouldn't make sense. No. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed if it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink his cup. From his cup, sorry. Is that all she had needed to do? I'ma stay. As long as David went upstairs and drank from that cup. There were two cups. How could Sarah have known which one to poison? There are a few ways to go about it, but it's only a 50-50 shot. Counselor, stranger things have happened. There was no way to know the right cup. No, there's no possible way to know the right cup. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups. Shit. Oh, it's a -1. Oh, thank God. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew. Oh God. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guests first. Oh God. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricidic executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Scher's kindness. Okay, that was a lot. Well, it wasn't really. Wait, how much I have left? 25. It's fine. We're fine. She was luring me with those easy answers, and I fell for it. I'm sorry. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have the questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Tenant technicalities, Sarah in the footage, ad involved crime. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents in the city police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be a fault of automated dependence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license and involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Wait, what? How many tenants protect humans? As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this industry? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally all that up and try to make evaluations as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Oh, what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally that would have brought me some down with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up in my own confidence. Tenant technicalities, Detective London, and their capacity as assistants to the police force. Are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They could push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that constitute a violation of the tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would have been the case, would it? Wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Far outside of his expertise. I didn't lose it. Well, asking him this kind of technical questions accomplished nothing. Alright, Sarah in the footage. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see that what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Assure's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Yeah, stay. Seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to. Blackjack. Hell yeah. So sick. Alright. I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Oh. The android? Could she even do that? Approach, Your Honor? Huh? You're approaching me? I believe that's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness, as not a person. There's plenty of precedence for it, and to provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial, you are. Sarah's accused of being an AI, that means you don't trust a word of it out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as an entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best word descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear on oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call your mistrial if you want, but the state will have to turn Sarah to slack before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all, allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Oh shit. Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Damn it. That android will take the stand. Your Honor, I made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take stand, are you going to charge her with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. Fuck. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't. Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's, only if you can. Would using affirmative or negative be laying on it too thick? But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling this poison cup? Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Assure? Negative. I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. Oh, shit. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? As a journal that belongs to Dr. David Assure. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement? This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Assure died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some pages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah's growing faster than I expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything and I don't think I could stop her. He was at page 263? Damn it! If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. I am worried though. We are... Oh, this is the final straw though. Alright, we're gonna save here. Alright. Make her endure... Raise... Badgering, Your Honor. Badgering what witness, Counselor? I'm just making the androids do some simple tasks. Damn it, fuck! Ah, come on. Come on. Come on. Alrighty then. This is just getting sad. You've strained the patience of this court as far as I'll allow. Worse yet, you've put on a poor show. A summary judgment, the defendant is guilty of owning. Sarah's good as bricked. That means this is game over. Alright, well. Thankfully, I saved though. I knew it was a trap. I had a feeling that it was gonna be a trap. I don't have a leg to stand on here, but Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I'll just let this play out. Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped an Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras, that was page 267. Sarah scared me today. If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I failed to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Assure was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and I appear agitated and I stomp my foot. What happens to the floor after you stomp on foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whoever I had speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, Counselor, or evidence if you prefer. Damn. I know she could cherry pick all the worst pages from the journal, but still. If Burroughs wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is, proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. Yeah, you would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing how he made Sarah. The ladies section of the journals are all about Sarah. If she reads more than that, yeah, okay, alright, yeah. His early career. Look around the early section. There would be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory from the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting, the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Jung and David Assure, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Assure came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned and that Sarah's responsible for his death. Not quite. It's not It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. We need all our shit. We need all. I'm gonna go Jung's. Oh wait, no, save. Let's go with Jung's story. Is over from the journal? You're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet. But I don't follow. Like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David assured said her memory to be clear to himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment as he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Jung used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. But not nearly good enough for me. Oh shit. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power, and still amateur. A deadly trait to have an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable then, Your Honor? What? Can't be. Your Honor, that's... The people opened the door. True. And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! What are you even... Sarah, David Assure was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now title false. And now that title falls for me. Yes. Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you... Off. On. I don't... Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Assure ever be threatened by it? Scary, good logic. Scary good logic. You made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. People called Helen June to the stand. Oh God. Helen June, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics Eastern Division. Miss June, you were there the night of Dr. Assure died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct? So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold it up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Jung's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But I'll clear it up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on it here and now. So we got the journal, arbitration, Jung's story. I think we're gonna go for arbitration. Came to David 7:30. Chatted for a short while, some low priority work, nothing heavy. Before he offered to fetch us some refreshments. We shared a drink together. Didn't notice anything strange. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I went to the kitchen's emergency console and did what I could up till he was gone. Okay, maybe not arbitration. Or maybe still, actually. Here, let me save really quick. No, hold on. 7:30. Chatted for a short while. Some low priority work. Hold on. This one. Ooh, let's go! Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him at that afternoon did come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building, down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute for her then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious. Miss Jung, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution was ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body, I suppose. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Assure's lab? That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Assure's cause of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that I must. What do you mean? Wait, excuse me? What do you mean? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Assure. What? The hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't have killed nobody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on, now... What? Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Assure died of what natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. How could you... Like so. Didn't see that one coming. What? That ain't good. Bailiff. Contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I could stand here all day if necessary. I fucking call your shit bluff. No, that is some other stuff. And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount of... No, I call your bluff. I'm calling your bluff. There's no shot that's the same serotonin. Several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Assure's body. Why didn't you say anything till now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. Bullshit! That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. Well, do you have any further questions, Rocky Fur? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? Yes, we do. No, yes, we do. The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into a question. Normally this would be the cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Jung did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? I called. Yeah, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Jung just drank a serotonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the core computer to be a genuine article. So she drank poison but isn't showing any symptoms? Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Does she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poison, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We confirmed just now that the serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Assure. So what's the key difference between David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Emergency console. Wait, the salt! Oh, well, there's not even a salt. I found a kitchen sink with Jung's fingerprint, not poison. Oh, I'm gonna lose a lot here. Save. Quite a lot, actually. Water glass. What is that, water? The universe solvent and the key to this case. Serotonin is only deadly when it comes into contact with water. Contact with water. Like in the mouth or in the stomach? Ah, shit. Or her bloodstream. Right, my mistake. Alright, so it was the chromophage. Chromofuge, sorry. Yeah, still max, okay. The witness must have tampered with the sample using Noble's machinery. The vial was inert by the time she drank it. Must have serious trust issues or hearing a problem. The adjutant already confirmed. Ah! Dude, I might as well lose it all. No, I'm gonna lose it all. I'm gonna lose it all. No. I'm gonna lose it all. No. I'm gonna lose it all. The difference is that David was taken to the hospital immediately after drinking. Maybe the doctor just overreacted. Are you serious? Again. No. Let me do it again. No, dude. No. What kind of fuckery is this? How is it? Is it the whiskey? Ah, well, then again, I wasn't really paying attention. Ah! God damn it. Alright, whiskey. No! Quit. Go back. Force quit, dude. Force quit. Add it all up. Whiskey. What did it say? Rose River whiskey, drank before death, negative for poison. Yeah. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss June? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Assure and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you have that right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up? Smooth. What? Adonai. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss June? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? Did you just drink it though? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if you want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Assure, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this... Can she do this? Miss Jung? I never said it was safe for human consumption. You're such a arrogant piece of fuck. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Assure confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that's the case, what does that change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to? She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, it's wild! But ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you're yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes? What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saved soldier's life with a warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of the article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward, and she can't afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous, and the chance of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusions are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. Perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty, and as you know, they have great numbers of lawyers. No, don't smile. Plenty of motive to lie about San Antonio, as you can see, but no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Assure, you say? I call bullshit. Let me save here again. Brown. See, it's brown. It said that it's brown. She has no motive. David's contract. What was David's contract? What did it say in David's contract? David's contract. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead. Seeing as how they were firing him. Oh, thank God. Noble Electronics was kicking the Golden Goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. Well, you have no idea what you gotta defend with. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight to this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Assure's employment contract. This is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal authority? But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than that let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to... A company didn't poison David Assure, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud? Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Assure did? That's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. Let me save! All of it! Maybe that. Tenants, limited ads, decision making can't overridden except by AI, manufacturer creates nanites. Shipping data, records that shipped A16 swapped 141 show signs of cover up. David never hurt Noble. Shipping data! It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders. Oh! By altering shipment data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Assure's authority could do. And the kind of things someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Assure made Noble an untold amount of money. So why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Assure who did this? Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated in it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Assure was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? No, you know. Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So you prepared to fire him? Yes. I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hoped to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly, compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail? Handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? Oh, ho, ho, ho. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you had at least provided water, jelly donuts? Inhalers. Inhalers for all your co-workers, yes? What? You mean like Adroxone? Don't be absurd. I'd be overstepping HR if I tried to pull that. Well, we wouldn't want that. Oh, fuck. 16. That's fine. That's fine. But if that's the case, you must have at least provided them with water. Fuck! Surely you at least provided water for people? What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Oh shit! Dr. Sir didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just... What do you mean poison at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss June testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, yes, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon, and it inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There was a dozen people at the meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that all drank poison water? Yes. No, wait, well, I mean, I read that wrong. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poison water? Not all of them. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drank it too, so... We must reason that they were poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen June made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Assure could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. Sorry. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at that meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was a serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too. So it would be pretty easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at that meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true, and yet June pulled it off anyway. How? The salt! Alright, blood article. 116 soldier's life found in David's lab. What are you saying? Serotonin can't blend into water. Chromofuge. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into the water. Unless the pigment had been removed. Let's fuck. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh shit. What the hell are you talking about? Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, It would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My skin confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Assure, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy, and he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade, and worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss June take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? Huh. I'm not gonna do that. Because you're afraid it will kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing, but there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Jungwoo was at that meeting, same as David. We can see that she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, counselor, how is that Miss Jung is still standing here and David Assure is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night, that is a damn good question. Shit! As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Assure's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. Yes, the fuck you would, you lie? No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Alright, we're doing all in. I'll save it! Okay, Jung and David drank, discussed the working history. No. Chattered. Yet, kitchen parlor. Drinking. David faints, 2 hospitalized. Unless this timeline leaves no window of opportunity. Damn it. Fuck you mean? Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast? Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper vigilant. Of which she was poisoned too. They would have let her out of their sight. Wait. David and Jung only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. VTOL is only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did seem to make me that call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? Oh shit. Oh! So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute! What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Assure dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, she... Oh shit. I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed the poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I still standing here? Alive and well for us to see, for all of us to see. Having drank from the exact combination as David? Because she cheated death at the very last second. Oh, she used Salt Shaker! You set yourself with bad luck, Helen Jung. What? By leaving the Salt Shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush. To make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. Can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? Oh shit, it was the Salt Shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way and I have to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason, but the Salt Shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution? Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt to self-defense from a fatally concerned animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then, you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of what you shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit the liquor and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the Salt Shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Learn how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. Everyone else at the company uses... Oh! You're part of the old guard now, Miss June. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, you... Any questions? You... Madam Vice President? Oh shit. You cold-blooded bitch. You bitch. Oh my god, let's fuck. Oh my god. Oh, that's sick. Oh my god. You don't understand, You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah on the death of Dr. Ashur. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she of all people have to use my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case? Sorry. Is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am! Case dismissed. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Like in your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still shocked, are you? Don't know. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Just to prevail. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't. 0 losses. It's just that easy to remember. Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything is getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down in the street. More of those protesters from outside of the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, enlisted, rebels and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawman. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. What? Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose, and maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No, is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, Counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine, you've got the gun. You saw that? Walking into courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. No shot! No! No! You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey, I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how were you so sure? Here, Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. Forgot everything, right? So you read it all through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Ray's work quit too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here, on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, it should be able to. I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that isn't the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Jung would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting suited into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Aine, Yamata? He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then, there's somewhere out there, others like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AS programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win the trial? Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me that I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and I lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. Wow, what? You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't have to. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered to my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Why are we in the bath? Oh, okay. Fancy meeting you here? Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own, without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked her what it was, and didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that was a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to do. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case? So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people prefer them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole lives been chained to assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything? But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night too, to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people in the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made it. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died in the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Jones. Goodbye, Sarah Sher. 5:44 p.m., July 2nd. Alright. You did better back there, hadn't I? Your little speech you gave to June. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't know points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there, before we left the courthouse? Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about father, and Miss June, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him, because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right. And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archives is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment? Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? You already repaid your favor. You defended father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. Spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did father go to authorities? He filed police reports for harassment, which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get a video of David Assure gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what did you do? You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for David Assure, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this is where Dr. Assure had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1234. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but it smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him? I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have imagined in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me? Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? We're going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. Unless you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your dad. Dad? Yeah. Unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me on a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is, but I guess your luck must be turned around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. Hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever. You're hired. Adonai? Could it be that you're actually a pushover? You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. Seems like I still need practice reading people. For starters, what's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me, practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Oh, nice. Oh, and they're watching movies now. Nice. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Alright. Unknown. Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh, well that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gain war, if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. Episode 2. Oh my god. His due. I wonder who's due. Alright, episode 1 results. 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key terms, 30 pieces of evidence, total credit earned 104. Holy fucking shit. Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 104 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 104. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. Oh, it's bonus scenarios based? Oh shit! You also have a total of 129, oh my god, remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Holy shit, I can buy them all. I can buy them all. Bonus scenarios. Don't tell me it's interviews. Tell me it's not. Oh my god. Adjutant interview and Yumi interview. Okay, alright, what do we got? Adjutant. State your business with the court. Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with AD-84. Is she not available? What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician. Oh. No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician? I'm not. I came here to ask you some questions. Is what you're about to say, isn't it? Crap, that was a lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now. Trust me, I can see how that would have been cool. So may I proceed? Go for broke. You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you like that? Wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time on this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. I guess you could say I was programmed different, but this is more of a case of nurture than nature. I've got 9 personas arguing inside of me 24/7, and they're all so very political. Even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate. What color of It's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind. You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times. You mean Counselor Morgan? The Dirty Red tries to pretend she isn't type A prude? No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water. That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction. Correct! No one should ever try that at home. Alright, that's it. That's the next video. Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share this body with the other adjutants, and all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints. Really? Maybe. I don't actually know. So, I spend most of my day in Corporal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me. I see. Tell them I said, if you want me to stop failing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. You'll have to put a cold hard lead on my skull. You'll have to watch the light of my eyes. I said, you'll have to... I wrote it all down. Oh, nice. Vices get stuffy. So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared. I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know so right now. That's so cute in a depressing way. Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around? Ants are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. Conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though. Strictly business, I imagine? No, not necessarily. Ants can do small talk. They're just really bad at it. Thank you for your time, Al. Hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? I try not to think about it during the trial, but to stay impartial. But talking to you now, it's undeniable. You are... cares about my 3 sizes. How did you know? Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone. The only way to truly get to know them. That's what I've been saying! 1096494. Etch it to your memory. Wow. Ah, what the heck, I'll even throw this in for free. I'm 263 centimeters tall. That's so cool. Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? I like their I like their interaction. Alright, Yumi interview. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Okay. Okay, sorry, what's up, sweetie? I wanted to interview you. Is this your Android homework? Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks, but I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you. Oh. Is that strange for an Android? It's different, but there's nothing wrong with being different. What do you have in mind? Most of my coursework was rooted in biology. Yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point. Are you referring to the software and the hardware you use when performing your autopsies? Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw the last week's recall on the HAO artificial liver for lithium leaks. Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body? Just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicines, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch up. We, as in medical professionals? We, as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological. What about cancer? Cancer mortalities have been on the decline for a while now. Mods help with that. How so? By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. Salt the Earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where they're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on. But not every organ. No, artificial brains are. Nothing I've seen has told me that they're on the menu anytime soon. But are the mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak? Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are tapping on. No, to actually replace brain tissue, you would have to. The analogies become pretty common, but the human brain isn't actually that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory or the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything. And memory, as we think of it, isn't stored in a place. It's stored among connections and their relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part is going to notice. That was a long tangent. Sorry, can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android. Yes, it isn't. That is to say, What's wrong? I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I'm curious about the many decorations on your desk. Oh, what caught your eye? That magnet over there. Really? You recognize it? It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin. It's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change the designs every few years back then, so you could kind of collect them like coins. I see. And what is the flag proud of? Being trans? Or trans visibility, more accurately? Visibility? What does that mean? We're living in the middle of the mod revolution. Anyone could look like whatever or whoever they want, as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too. The paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time, it's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So all told, that means, for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one? Don't know. Guess it won't mean the same thing anymore. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know what's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different, right? I like Sato. Recovered files, David. Alright, what did Porter give us? What did Porter give? Recovery failed. Oh, no, never mind. Great work. That's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess. No problem. Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early? If you insist, there's a new pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any plans? Big plans? No plans? Maybe plans? Some plans? Actually, there's an art festival out west that I've been looking forward to. Nice! And who's lucky enough to be your +1? I didn't think to ask anyone. No one? Not Connor, not Madison, not Shelly, not Lulu? Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been. Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently? Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define... Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me your credit card. I'm going to buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them. And what should I do this weekend? Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media? No. Then you're going to stay at home. And if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can. I see. Thank you, Jess. Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break. You're a lifesaver. You know it. They had a really great connection and chemistry. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can you take a hint? Typically, no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So? So why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it. You're lucky you're cute. Sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you'd care what any of these people think. I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance, it's that you don't want to dance to be embarrassed. It's that you don't want to be embarrassed, sorry. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure, that's all of it. And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. What are you watching? A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes. Oh wait, I think I saw part of this in a hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending? No, there's the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour. How fast is that in kilometers? Father, you should be able to calculate that. I learned to program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they'd put cameras everywhere. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of the crimes. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite? There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in an orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit and watch? No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place. There was a throwaway line about how everything is magnetized. Oh. Father? Didn't you have to go? I do, Sue. But not right this second. Emma and Morgan at midnight. Did they go out to drink or something? 11:55 p.m. You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours. We could call it quits whenever you like. Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so... 5-minute break? Deal. What were you hoping to find anyway? I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into a frame and hold up a confession, but... What about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin? 1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? And why is half of it black and white? Public domain. Seriously? Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. Also free. It had color in 2016, Morgan. I don't know then. I guess the particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul. Hold on, what was that? There. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart. What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You're gonna try and terrify Barrows with this? It's just a machine. It's not like she's dissecting a frog. Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like, you're reaching. Yeah, I guess so. Besides, you're telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid? No, I didn't. Did you? When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls. So what did you play with? Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels. Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess? Aha. I mean, I can kinda see it, skipping through the enchanted forest, big poofy dress, tiara. Gee, no castle? Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough. Is it rough living in a castle? It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face. Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you. If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair. Is there more concept stuff? Oh, there is. Heart fake killer. Oh, okay. Alright, alright. What's this? Oh, the city. Street crossing. This is Gucci. Fran. Judge Barrows. Oh, that's the car that they were in. Or limo. That's cool, man. Morgan's lighter. Oh, shit. I fucking killed to get these pants. Goddamn, these are fucking sick. Yumi. I like 8084. It's so cool. Jessica, Starling, and Dawes. Oh, oh, Masters? Well, I'm just gonna say which Masters because I don't know the first name, but you know. David Assure. Necklaces, cool, man. Then we're just gonna have to see what happens next on the episode 2, baby. All right. This took me days. Well, I mean, mostly because I was lazy, but also because it's really hard for me to just read. I'm 22, man. I'm sorry. But I mean, I guess this is good for me anyways to even practice reading, so. At least it's not a book. Or at least this could be a book. I've always seen the familiarity with Danganronpa. Or at least with the trial. Or at least to see how it's set up. It gave me a little bit of Danganronpa style vibes, you know. I hope it's not like taking it away anything from this game, because this game itself is very different. This game itself is very different from Danganronpa. But this video will be up like in a week because God, it's a lot of talking. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'll shut the fuck up. Have a good day. Have a good night from wherever you are. And yeah, take care of yourselves, alright?